Hello everybody, welcome back to the playthrough. Episode 19 now, 689 solved. We have brought down inequality, restored balance in the world, or something like that, and we have 3 beacons beckoning. We have difference, which we will not explore because it's a deeper region. And oh, today the game is laggy. So let me see what is causing that, because yesterday it was good. The answer is probably Chrome, because it's always Chrome, isn't it? Let's see. Alright, well, I've restarted the game. And now it's good after I closed Chrome. But closing Chrome itself was not enough. I also had to restart the game, which is interesting. Anyway, so Watchtower or Shape Bank? Oh, Bricky, sorry. Yeah, let's go down this way, I think, to the east. Bricky. There cannot be a point where 4 borders meet. And it says that a void is a border. But why? So it's not about region borders. It's about borders, not region borders. It doesn't have to be a border between 2 regions. It just has to be a border. Okay. I see. So that means that... So here we see 3, so this can't be a border. And because of Shape Bang, it gets locked in. Here we see 2, this could be a 3rd. So along the edge of the board, there are only ever 3 borders possible, so we don't know anything about these. But we can know something about these and these. Well, no, sorry. Here we already see 3, so this can't be. And now it's locked in due to Shape Bank. And now here we see 3, so that's locked in. 3. And we're done. Oh, dude, this is gonna be a tricky mechanic. I don't have good vision right now for borders. Alright, Shape Bank forces this and this, right? Yeah, because it can't fit there, and that forces those borders, so this happens, therefore that happens, which forces that, which forces this. No, not that. Well, we know this and this. And that forces these 2 to be together, which forces that. This rule can also be stated as borders must never make a plus shape. Okay, sure. Done. Oh god. Okay. Oh, these could be together. Okay. Anything else? Wait, no, I broke it here already. What the heck am I doing? How did I break it already? This, 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 this. This can't join that, so this is forced. So that's forced. I mean, surely this whole region needs to resolve on its own. Like, I should be able to finish this without looking at the rest of the board, no? Ah, this can't join this. So that's forced. Oh, no, no, no. I do need to look at the rest of the board because, for example, if this exists, that forces something here. Okay. Never mind. This can't join that, though. Okay, there we go. That forces this. And here we have this and this. And these cannot join, which causes this to happen. And we have that. Oh, here we have this, which causes that, which causes... What does it cause? I mean, we could have both of these. Like, either of these could join or neither can join, right? If this joins, we draw this. If this joins, we draw this. But it's okay to draw this, isn't it? So the only thing that would force these two connections is this one, which would only happen if that happens. So either if this happens, that happens, and if this doesn't happen, this could still happen or it could not happen. So these two can be any combination. What about these three? So if this joins, sorry, if this breaks, then I mean, that doesn't say anything about this. And if it joins, then this has to break because they can't be in the same. And if that breaks, this has to join. So if this joins, this joins. But if this doesn't join, we know nothing. And if this doesn't join, this joins, and then this doesn't join. But could this join and this still not join? I mean, this is possible. So these two don't have to be the same. Dude, I'm so confused. How is this unique, or did I make a mistake? It feels like anything is possible right now, no? Or am I just completely blind? Why is... Well, I understand. Okay, so I understand that we can't draw both of these, but... So either this or both must happen, but both could happen. it would just cause this. So these are the options. That's one option. If this doesn't join, we could have this not joining and this joining, so that's an option. If this doesn't join, we could have this joining and this not joining, so that's an option. We could have this not joining, this joining, and this joining, so that's an option. So far, these are all valid solutions. We could have this joining, therefore this not joining, therefore this having to join. So that's, sorry, that's an option. And that's forced. So these are the options. We have 4 options here, all of which are valid solutions unless I'm blind. So I could do this, this, this. It doesn't accept it, even though it's a valid solution. Why? Well, there's a mistake. What mistake? What mistake? That's not a mistake. This is a valid solution. Then, I mean, I know it probably wants this because that's the only forced one. Well, let's just go through all of them. So then there is this. This is also a valid solution. Again, I don't see an issue here. Then this, sorry. This is also a valid solution. Okay, this is actually the one I wanted. But this is also oh no, wait, this is not valid because of this. Wait. I missed this border. Sorry, so actually because of that border, we immediately have to draw this. And therefore we have to draw this and that. Okay, sorry, I am actually blind. It's about this border. It has to separate these. Oh god, dude, this area is gonna completely kick my ass. I just can't see border logic. Okay, all regions must be one of these shapes. Okay. So these, and that's the maximum shape. These, that cannot turn. These, that cannot turn. These, maximum shape. This. And now what? Oh, I see. If this goes here, it forces a border, so it can't go there. And now this happens, and it can't turn, and we're done. Look out! If the corner of a region touches another corner, it will cause 4 borders to meet. Right, so it's telling me the 2 can't go that way. 3 must expand. Wait, 23? Okay, so every pile is part of something, so anything not part of the... So the 3 is only looking at these, and the 2 is only looking at these, so everything else is this. So the 2 could be any orientation, I think. Because if it goes here, this can go around it. No, the 2 can go there. It would touch another corner. Sorry. And the same thing here. Right, so the 2 must be here. And what about the 3? I think it can't go up or down, can it? Because if it goes up, then it creates this border. And same if it goes down. So it has to go west. Yeah. Okay. Shape bank 2 Bricky. Right, so this can't go there. Similarly, this can't go there. But they're different colors. Same thing here. Same thing here. They're also different colors. Same thing here. Sorry, not there. 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 And also what? Well, for example, this to that corner and this to that corner. All right, so what happens if this goes east? Yeah, that can't go east. So there is something interesting here, which is there's a domino effect between these 8 tiles. Because those 8 tiles, they have 4 corner pieces that must take 2 of the 8 tiles, but all 4 are separate. So all 8 tiles are occupied within this ring, which forces this. Okay. But they could go either way right now. We don't know which direction they face. Like, they could go this way, or they could go this way. And we will need the rest of the board to tell us. But this creates new corners. This is a really cool puzzle. So now we have new corners here, which must be shielded. Wait, how does it work again? So I have to repeat the shape of the corner a diagonal away is how it works. So like this. Oh wait, there's another one here. Oh, and now here, this happens. Really cool puzzle. Nice. Okay, we have corners. So we just do the idea of repeating. So look, whenever there's a corner, you just go diagonal and you repeat its shape. Okay. What? What did I do wrong now, man? Oh my god, dude. Like, what is wrong? What did I do wrong, honestly? Whatever I just said I think is wrong, because I think that logic of repeating the corner shape only works in Shape Bank 2. Never mind. My bad. Alright, so... What are we doing here? Oh god, this area is gonna be really tough. This. This. That. Okay. 48. So there's exactly one tile not belonging to this. Which is... Which tile avoids creating... So, the tile cannot be anywhere... anywhere in a corner, so... These are all out on this. The corners of all of these shapes. Then these are all out, obviously. And this is out because of that edge. This is out because of that edge. This is out. This is out. This is out. This is out. So only that's possible. Done. Cool puzzle. Bricky boxy. Alright, well, if this wanted to be a 1x6, here it would be bad. And here it would be bad. So it's not a 1x6. So it's a 2x3. It's a 2x3. So either way it does this. And then what? So it either goes here or there. Oh, I see. It can't go here. So I must go here. Oh, and because we're in boxy, corners cannot turn. And so now these can't both end there, so one of them has to extend. And also, these can't both be 1x1s, so one of them has to extend. And it can't be this one. Because if that extends, it forces this. So this has to extend, and this has to be the 1x1. And now this cannot happen, so this happens, and this happens. Now again, we can't draw both of these borders, so... Ah, but wait, we have this, so this happens. And this happens. Now we must do this, that, this. Oh, that can grow actually, sorry. This. Yeah, these have to join because this can't go that way. In fact, I should have already drawn this. All right. Then one of these has to extend. They can't be both 1x1s, but this can't extend because it would force this. So it's the same logic as down here. So this extends, that doesn't. And now this happens. And when we draw this, these must connect. Okay. Oh boy. This is not an easy mechanic. Alright. Not too bad. Using shift click to outline completed regions can help reveal contradictions. Oh, no, dude. No. It wants me to brute force? No, dude. Or is it talking about seeing mistakes? I don't know. I don't know what it wants. Anyway, 1x2s are the most blessed shape with Bricky, because 1x2s, we can see it can't go there, can't go there. Now what? So let's see, this 3 can reach these tiles. Dude, it actually wants me to brute force the two options of the two. It wants me to check what happens here, and it wants me to check what happens here, and then brute force the options. Damn it. I don't want to do that, but fine. What happens here? Nothing. What happens here? Something. Wait, what am I doing, dude? I thought I'm so blind. Bro, why did I think this can be a triangle? I legit thought of this as a 3 area, not as a 1x3. Oh my god. What am I doing? Jeez. Okay. That changes everything. Let me look at this puzzle from a fresh perspective now. So, okay, here we can't have 2 vertical 1x2s. Because they would create that. Oh man, this mechanic is so tough for me to see. Anyway, so if this goes north, this has to go south, and that breaks, right? Okay, so it must go south. And now this can't go south. These can't join. This is a 1x2 forced. This can't expand that way. This can't happen. This must expand, cannot join there, must expand further. This cannot turn. This can't join. This must expand, cannot join. And this tile has to expand. Okay. Bricky rose windows. Alright, so dead end expansion. And a lot of paths seem possible. We do know this is not red, but it could be orange. Oh wow. So this has 3 borders around it. Let me just look at that. This has 3 borders around it, and it cannot be, it can be at most 2 out of these 3 borders, because if it's, in fact it can't even be certain combinations, but it clearly can't be that, right? So in fact, if it is this, it can't be this border ever, because that border locks out both of these, and then this can only have 2 borders. So this cannot be a border. And it needs to have 3 borders, so they have to be these 3. Okay. Now this has to get out. As does that. Can't join there. Oh, I've broken the puzzle. I love it! How the heck can this draw this border? It just can't. It's impossible. How is this possible? I don't get it. Because now Oh, wait, no. Because now I can't do that, and I can't do that. So I have to do this, and the puzzle is broken. So I have to do this, which means I have to do that. But then... I mean, this clearly has to get out this way, and it can't join. This has to get out through this. Oh, once it gets there, I don't have to draw that. Sorry. Dude. So sad. Silly mistakes. Bricky rose windows. This has to go this way. And even if it picks this up, it still has to go at least this far. This one, even if it picks this up, still has to... No, because it could be red. It could be red. This doesn't have to pick this up necessarily. This can still go north. Let's look at this because it sees many corners. So because this sees all those corners, it has to pick one of these two up. And it has to pick one of these two up. But if it picks this up, it can't pick that up. And now it's forced to pick that up. Right? No, it could pick these two. It just cannot pick these two. And it cannot opt out of... Like, it cannot opt out of both of these or both of these. But it could get both. Could get both. If it opts out of this... Ah, wait, it can't opt out of that, because then it must do that and that. Right, so it must always pick that up. So now red must see this and that. Ah, but this also needs one of these two. Right? Because it can't do that. So it needs this or this, but now it can't see this, so it must see that. And now it can't expand. So this must be red, and it can't expand, and everything else has to be the final region. Whoa. Bricky area number. Alright, so let's find the outlines between different values. All right. So in here, the 2s are good because this can't happen, this can't happen. Oh wait, there are more borders that I did not draw in. This always has to visit that, therefore these. Is there some domino effect between these twos? Ugh. I mean, there is, but I'm not sure if any of them are forced. If either of them are forced right now. I can see that these two can't be the same region. Because if they are, then this has to be yellow, and then one of these two is isolated. So these are different. And the blue has to pick up one of these two. But blue... Wait, blue cannot pick this up because then red that... Wait, red? So... Oh, in fact, yeah, blue can't pick either of these two up because... Because then... Because yellow takes one of these three unclaimed ones and red takes two. So blue cannot take any, so this has to happen. Now that has to be red, that has to be blue. Yellow, blue. I'm not sure if that's the intended solution though. Wait, did I break the puzzle? Why is it complaining? I don't know why it's complaining. I don't see any pluses, like... Or maybe I'm blind. I don't know why it was complaining when, like, this solved. Brick by brick, restore the bricky window, says the achievement. Bricky boxy. Bricky boxy. So this, because of boxy, this must happen. And because of boxy, this must happen, and this. Because of Bricky, this happens, and this. And this is because of Palisade. And Bricky, Bricky, Bricky. Boxy, boxy, Bricky. What else? Can't have both of these corners, but we must have one of them, because this shape is not possible. Okay, this needs 2 more borders out of these 3, but it can't pick both of these up. So one of those is a border. And then it has one more border, which could still be anywhere. Because these can both be borders. Oh no, wait. These can't be both borders, but they also can't both be picked up. So they have exactly one border and exactly one pickup, but this can only have one pickup, so this must be a border. And now this cannot expand. And now this cannot go there. And now nothing. That didn't even help us proceed in this area. All we know is that these can't both be borders, but they also can't both be picked up. So there's one border, one pickup between these two. Oh wait, this palisade completed. Never mind, this did help us, because this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. And this can't pick this up, because then it has to do 2 pickups, but it can do at most 1, so it must be like that. Bricky non-boxy area number. Non-boxy. So non-boxy means minimum size 3, so dead end expansion. Okay, the 4 can't be this, so must seek salvation through there. And the 3 can't be that, so I must seek salvation through here. And now this is always a new region that's not part of the 3, which must seek salvation this way. This can't be the 4, so that's a new region that seeks salvation. This also can't be the 4, and it also has to seek salvation this way. Now, this happens. So this must connect to the 4, this to the 3, this to whatever that is. These must connect. This 3 now can't see this. It can't see that, so it must be exactly this. And we cannot draw this, or else the 4 chokes this out, so these must connect. This happens, this happens. This 5 can't avoid that because it chokes it out, so it joins it. And now the 5 must always go there, which means it must pick this up. This needs to seek salvation, and it cannot join there, and these must connect because this was only size 2 and did not yet attain salvation. Bricky Solitude Palisade. Okay, Solitude means dead end expansion. So this only sees only sees two of its neighbors. This only sees one of its neighbors, so... well, first of all, this can't see that because it would do this. Similarly, it can't see that or that because it would do either that or that. So it must see this neighbor. And then this as well can't see that because then if it does this, then it will either do that or that, which is not good. So it must do this. And then it can't do that. So it must do this. Dead end expansion. Okay, so every unclaimed tile must join red, blue, or yellow, but which do they join? Well, this is not yellow, clearly, and that's not blue, and that's not red. So this is blue or yellow, and this is red or yellow. This is red. Okay. That's red. And it can't go through here, so it must go through here. And blue or yellow needs to get in here, whichever it is. Has to get out here, and now this can't be red, must be whatever this is. This is not red or blue, so it's yellow. So yellow gets out. Done. Cool. Bricky mismatch. All regions must have different shapes. Okay, so we can't have both of these being 1x3s. But once one of them is 1x3, the other has 1x1 and 1x2. So 1x1, 1x2, 1x3 are all occupied. So dead ends must expand, and they cannot be 1x2s. This is not a 1x1, so it joins one of these. Whichever it joins, the other becomes a triangle, so this cannot be. We also have a dead end here. Can't be a triangle. Dead end here, can't join there. Can't be a triangle. This is done. This 1x2 is not allowed. It must join there. We also have this. We also have this. And that, and that. Done. This is difficulty 4? Really? Whatever you say. Bricky match. All regions must have the same shape. The same shape. Clearly can't be 1x1s because those will create a Bricky violation. For example, here. What about 1x2s? I don't know. How can I just at a glance disprove that? Oh, maybe by parity? No, parity is fine. Well, okay, but we know the size of the shape is a factor of 20. And we know it's not 20 because you know, these are not the same shapes, clearly. We can see that because of the voids inside of it. So it's not 1 by 20. Could be 210, not divisible by 3, is divisible by 4. So those are all the factors of 20. 2 times 10 or 4 times 5. Okay. So we have to choose one of those 4 numbers as the size of the regions. But how? Well, okay, we are in match, and match means anything goes. So we might as well just brute force, because I don't know what else to do. Like, I mean, wait. Let me just... Maybe we can disprove 2 because of the corners, because, like, we know that if we live in 2 world, then we can do the trick where, like, we move a diagonal and we repeat the shape of the corner. So, you know, whenever we have this, we know that it's like... And here this does that. This. And here this. So if we live in 2 world, this happens, but this so far doesn't give us any contradictions, so... I don't know. Oh, it does. Here. This is a problem. So we don't live in 2 world, therefore. Okay. So it's not that. But that's all I know. Well, no, wait. We know we live at... we know dead ends have to expand, and we now know that it's not size 2. So they have to expand further. But if we live in size 10, maybe the reason it can't be size 10 is because 2 regions can't make the same shape in this sort of board. Can they? Maybe they can, I have no idea. Maybe there's some logic using the outline of the board you can use to say that it can't be made up of 2 regions with the same symmetry. I don't know. But so if it is 4 or 5 and not 10, then here we have sort of a... We must do that, because if we do this... No, we could... Yeah, we cannot do that, right? Because then this has to pick up all of those, and this can't make the same shape, so this has to happen. And this can pick up at most 2 of these here, if it can't be 10, if it can be at most 5, so this must always belong to blue. And now they still have to make the same shape, and they cannot do that within one move, so it can't be the 4. No, they can, sorry. It could be this. Well... Actually, we cannot do this, because then this has to happen, and that's not good. So we must in fact do that. And now I believe we cannot do this, because that would force something bad. And once we do this, they don't belong together, and they can't be size 5, so we know the shape now. We now know the shape. Dead end expansion. This can't go that way. Okay. This can't go here because this breaks. So it must do this. This can't be a 1x3. No, it can. Sorry. Well, this can't be a 1x3. It's either that or that. That's not helpful. What about this? This can't be a 1x3. So, and it can't... Yeah, in fact, it can't go north, because that breaks. And it can't go west, because it cannot exist like that. And we're done. Yeah, I feel like I cheated a little bit, because I technically... I kind of bifurcated or proved by contradiction that it can't be a 2, and I didn't even touch the 10. I just randomly assumed that it can't be 10 because I randomly assumed that there probably exists some proof using the outline of the board that it can't be 10. And so then I just assumed it's not 10, and then it worked out, but like that's not the real solution. The real solution is to actually have insight that proves that it's not 10, and then do the solution I did. To have insight to prove that it's not 10, we have to say that, okay, if it is 10, then there are exactly 2 regions here and 2 regions here. And using the outline of the board, we should somehow be able to say that it can't be made up of 2 regions that form the same shape. But I'm not sure what it is that you can say that proves that. Like you would basically need to find a tile. Or something that the other region can't replicate. But I'm not really sure how to do that, because like the other region can add outlines to, like both regions can add outlines to one another, so like I'm not really sure how to, like it would have to I think it has to do with the voids somehow, but like the voids or whatever, no? Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know how to do that. Which is also why I struggled so hard over here with this. Bricky area number 33. So could the two 13s be distinct? No, because then 26 plus 9 is what? Wait, 26 plus 9 would be 35, which is too much. So the 13s are the same. 13s are the same. And it can't go through here. So it will have to visit this tile. And it can't go here because it would force that. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it can't go elsewhere now. Cannot go elsewhere, cannot go there, cannot go elsewhere. Okay, so the 13 now, 10, 11, 12, 13 can only see these tiles. Cannot see other tiles. What about the 9s? 18 plus 13 is 31, so that is possible. The 9s could be distinct. Okay. Now what? Hang on, if the 9s are distinct... $31, that would give us a leeway of 2. No, the 9s can't be distinct. Because if they're distinct, then there are 2 tiles, only 2 tiles that I don't pick up, but... Or no, sorry. I was gonna say they can't pick these up, but that's only true when they're together. When they're together, they can't pick any of these 3 tiles up, but... if they're different, then it's fine. So never mind, that doesn't prove anything. Or wait, maybe it does? Because if they are distinct, then the 2 tiles they don't pick up are probably these 2, because how can they? Clearly this 9 or this 9, they can't do this. So if they want to pick stuff up from in here, it has to be around here. Ah, but that works. So that could work. And then it would be like this or something. So that seems like it might even be the solution. No, we're not gonna do that. So what do we do? I have no clue. Well, okay, I mean, this is not a 1x1, but who cares? It can go either way. This can be a 1x1. This can be, but it can also go either way. So we don't know anything. Great. Wow, I'm completely stuck. Difficulty 2, by the way. I have no idea what to do here. Apart from that brute force solution I just showed. But I don't want to brute force it, so what am I supposed to do? Because I don't even know, like, is there something preventing the 9s from joining? So, like, if the 9s join, then this can't go west. And then this would have to happen. What's the problem with that? I don't see any issues here. I mean, maybe if I tried to solve it, there would be an issue, but like, that's complete brute force. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, sorry. Dude, what am I doing? The 13 can't go there. Oh, I'm completely blind. The 13 can't go here. Hello? Okay, but still, what does that do? Well, whether this 9 joins that 9 or not, if it joins it, they only have 6, so they have to go that way. And if it doesn't join it, then it still has to go that way. So this always has to happen. And that does nothing for us. Absolutely nothing. Oh, but wait. Sorry. So the 13 actually can go here, because it would do this. So it must go here. Okay. And now because it goes there, it forces the 9s to be distinct, right? And once the 9s are distinct, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it has to pick the rest up, and this is all forced. Alright. I just need to be less blind, and we're good. 27, so 16 plus 7 is 23. 4 remain. Okay, 4 remain. So let's see. This, 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 that. So, what did I say? 16 plus 7, 23, 4 remain. 4 remain, which means the 7 can't pick this up. The 16 must, because this is more than 4 remain. So the 16 picks this up. The 7 could avoid picking that up if it picks these up, because then 4 remain, but the 7 has no access to those if it avoids these, so the 7 must pick these up. Oh, there's also more stuff up here, actually. Let's... Oh, well, I've just broken the puzzle. Dude, what am I doing, man? Oh my god. Why? Like, why does it have to be like that? Why can't I just see things? Why do I have to be constantly blind? So this can pick up one more, and it can't be this. And now out of these 9, 7 takes 7, and 16 takes 1. So there's a 1 by 1 isolated somewhere. Also, that's not a 1 by 1. Wait, how do we solve this area? Ah, wait, this has to belong to the 16, because if it doesn't, it breaks. So the 16 is given. And now the 7 can't pick both of these up, so it must pick everything else up. And this can't be a 1 by 1, so that's the 1 by 1. But how do we solve the corner, though? That's not a 1 by 1, but like it could still be a 1 by 2, no? Oh no, this... Oh, right, this happens, this happens. Okay, that's how. Right, and this can't be a 1 by 1, so it belongs to the 7. Okay. Cool. These seem like they belong to a sequence, so let's not do them. Let's go here, maybe. Oh no, Gemini. Why? Ah, why, dude? Why do we need a Gemini? Alright, well, we have this. That's it. That's the only thing we see at the start, I think. Well, wait. The Gemini can't be 2 1 by 1s. So this has to happen. Ah, and it can't be 2 1 by 2s either. So it must expand further. But now this side has a 1 by 4 in it. So this side must expand. And now this side can't be a 1 by 5. Because this side can't have a 1 by 5. Sorry, did I say 1? I meant this side has a 1 by 4 in it, so this must turn. And this can't be a 1 by 5. Because this side can't have a 1 by 5 anywhere. So this happens. And now because this has that shape, this must turn. And then this still needs to find a 1 by 4 somewhere, but the only 1 by 4 that exists here is this. So it must see it. And this now needs to be at least size 6, so it goes there. Right now, they are mirror images, so this could work. So what now? We could just stop expanding and we're done, but that's brute forcing it. Like right now, I believe the puzzle solved if I just lock in both of these shapes and connect those. Anyway, we know that this 1 by 4 corresponds to that 1 by 4. And we know that the 1 by 4 has a dead end and a turn. This 1 by 4 already has a turn, so this must be the dead end. And so we can draw this in. And we also know that after the turn needs to not branch. It needs to see 2 1 by 3s with no expansion. And we also know that there needs to be a dead end at the end of the 1 by 3, which must be here. So we can draw this in. And because of these, we can draw this in. And then this can't happen, this can't happen, this can't happen, and this can't happen. So that is the solution. Bricky, Gemini, Delta. Okay. Well, nothing is given at the start that I can see. We can't draw anything right now. Oh. So what do we do? what is it that we do? Well, the same thing happens, right? Like the Gemini can't be a 1x1. Same thing here. So this happens. And now because of these, this can't happen. And because of these, this can't happen. So we have to draw that. This must happen, this must happen, this must happen. And this can only be a 1x3 horizontally, so must do that. That's a 1x1, so that one is not. Again, here, this can't be two 1x1s, because this would happen. So it's a 1x2. This cannot go north, and it cannot go east because of the delta. So that happens. And this delta says this can't be a 1x3, so this happens. And now that's a 1x3, so this is locked. And here, because of this, we can't draw this, so this is a 1x2. All right. Now let's go to this area. Although they have a locked thing. How many more until we unlock? 5 more. There's 3 down there before the well, okay, by the time we finish the sequence, this will be unlocked, so. So shape bank 1x3 and 2x2. Well, this can be a 1x3 vertically, so either that or that. In both cases, this. And this one is a different color from that. And it can still be either thing though. So we don't. We do know that this goes there no matter what. We know this is not a 1x3 this way or this way, but that doesn't tell us much. We know this is not a 1x3 horizontally, and we also know it's not a 1x2 without picking those two up. So does that mean it must always pick this up? I think so. I think we're not allowed. Yeah, we're not allowed to draw that border, so this must happen. And similarly, we're not allowed to draw this border, so this must happen. And now this can't be a 2x2 because of this. So they must be two 1x3s. Then this can't be a 1x3. So it's a 2x2. This is a 1x3. This has to be a 2x2, 1x3, 1x3. Can't do that. Can't do that. Cannot do this. So that's a 1x3. And then yeah, this can be a 1x2 because that tile breaks. So it's a 1x3, so that's a 1x3, so these have to join. Shape bank, 1x1s, and Tetris T. That's not a 1x1. Neither is that. Sorry, these must join is what I mean to say. And so let's draw T shapes in blue. This can be a 1x1, so it's a T shape. That can be a 1x1, so it's a T shape. Same thing here. Furthermore, this is not the dead end portion or the middle dead end portion of the T shape, right? Because those yeah, because it couldn't go that way or that way, so it would be forced to do that. So, but it cannot do that. So it must be either a middle of the T shape or one of the side dead ends. But so what? I don't see where that leads. Well, we know this T-shape can't do that, right? Because it can't... Ah, hang on. So... Wait. I'm a bit confused. Can this be a 1x1? No, wait. This is possible. It doesn't break the rules. 1 sec. Let me take a quick break. Alright. I'm back. So, where were we? So... Are there any tiles that cannot be... Are there any neighboring tiles that cannot belong to a T-shape? I don't think so. Actually, no, there are. These two. These two cannot belong to a T-shape because they're warded by this T-shape. Oh, in fact, we know that these two are part of the 1x3 because we couldn't put a 1x3 here or here. So either this happens, in which case that happens, or this happens, in which case this happens. But I think this is no good because this has to be a 1x1 and so does that. And this is bad. And I'm not sure if that's the solution, but this is forced. So now here, this happens. This is part of a 1x T shape, and same thing happens where... Well, we couldn't say this exists because this couldn't be a T shape and then it would do that. So we must draw that, must draw this. And now this is a 1x3, so this is forced. And that's forced. And now similar things happen, right? Or do they? Yeah, if this happens, then these are two 1x1s and it breaks. So this has to happen. Therefore these happen. This happens, and now this, to be part of a T-shape, must be that and that. Which isolates those three 1x1s. Okay, shape bank consists of 1x2s or a 3x4 missing 3 tiles, so it's size 9. We have 22. Is there anything proving that we must have at least one of those? Because those can only exist in an area that facilitates 1x4s, but it cannot be this row, because this row can't be on the edge of that shape because there would be no room for the 3x4 bounding box. So if this shape exists anywhere, it's here or both. It could be both, or wait, can it? Yes, because, oh, okay, I see. So this is, we have an even number of tiles, and this is 9 tiles. Ah, actually it's more, because look, its force is a 1x2 in the middle, so technically this is 11 tiles. So if it shows up in the board, it will leave 11 tiles, which is odd, so the remaining 11 tiles couldn't be made up of solely 1x2s. So if it shows up once, it shows up exactly twice, exactly here and here, with 1x2s in the middle. But what proves that it shows up at least once? Why couldn't we just have the whole board consist of 1x2s? I think the key is to look at this area. Because either this happens, in which case we have 2 10s, which could be 1x2s, or this happens. This couldn't happen, obviously, because we can't fill this with 1x2s and this with 1x2s. So if we live in a world where all the 1x2s, where the whole board is just 1x2s, we would have to do this. And what is the problem with that? Nothing. Was there a problem with this? Oh, I see. So I had to brute force the other way around, in fact. I had to brute force saying that this shape can't exist anywhere because it automatically creates a Bricky violation. Alright, whatever. I don't care much about brute force puzzles. I mean, is it brute force to say that it can't fit because it automatically creates a plus? I don't know. But whatever. 2 more, so we can go into this sequence here and see, because we will unlock them. They seem to be one sequence. Shape bank. That can only be a 1x1. And it causes this, so this is now 3x3. Causes this, and this can't be a 3x3, so it's a 2x2. This can't be a 3x3, so it's a 2x2. These must be 2 1x1s. 1x1, 1x1. This can't be a 3x3. Cannot be a 3x3. Cannot be a 3x3. Cannot be a 3x3. Done. Same thing. Could be a 3x3. We also have this. So now this happens, this happens, this happens. This can't be a 3x3. This happens. Can't be a 3x3. Cannot be a 3x3. Cannot be a 3x3. And once this is drawn in, sorry, this here makes that happen. Nice. Same thing. This needs 3 horizontal and 3 vertical, and it only has access to this 3 horizontal, so that must happen. And the same happens here. Now this could go south completely, or north completely, we don't know. But this must have this horizontal component, and this as well. That can only be a 1x1. Now this happens, can't be a 3x3. Now this happens, this. That can't be a 3x3, this, therefore this, therefore this. That, this. That's a 3x3. This cannot be a 3x3, this must go this way. That's not a 3x3. That's a 3x3. That cannot be. That can only be 1x1s. And what's happening here? Oh, it can't all be 1x1s. But the next largest shape is a 2x2. Alright. Same thing again, but this time only 3x3s are given at the start. Well, this always has to go there. This always has to go here. And this always has to go here. This always has to go here. So now these are together. And now this has to join yellow or orange. This has to join yellow or orange. Ah, sorry, it can't join orange, obviously. And it can't avoid yellow then. So it must join yellow. This has to join... Oh, and now the horizontal dimension is locked, so this must go there. And this happens. So that's a 1x1. Oh, and also 1x1, 1x1, 1x1. And that causes this. So now this has to go here. We also have that. Therefore this. And what? This is now warded by that, so it must go here. Always. And now this is a 1x1 force. Oh no, it could be a part of this, sorry. Let's see. This is warded by orange, so it has to go this way, so that forces this, which forces this. And this forces that and that. And this and this. This now has to do this. This can't be a 3x3 anymore. So this happens. And what? This is not a 1x1. And it cannot be a 3x3, and it cannot be a 2x2 this way. Because then these are all 1x1s, and that's bad, right? So it is a 2x2. And it... So yeah, it can't pick that up, like I said, because once it picks that up, this is locked, and that causes this to happen. Which is not good. So it is a 2x2, because again, if it's a 1x1, this happens, which is bad. So it's a 2x2, can't go that way. So this happens. And now because of this, it must pick that up. So this happens, and this happens. Done. Cool. 1x1s and 2x2s. We have 27 tiles, so we have at least one 1x1. And also, we have here 3 tiles, so there's at least a 1x1 involved. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, same thing here. Dude, this is harder than that difficulty 4 puzzle. Alright, this can't be a 1x1. Neither can that, neither can that, neither can that. So these are all part of 2x2s. They're all part of 2x2s. And so what? None of them are forced to go in any direction, are they? No, actually, this can't go south. Or sorry, this can't go west. No, it can't. It can't be this, though, is what I'm trying to say. Also, this can be a 1x1, because then all of these are, right? So that's also a 2x2. Same thing here. Same thing here. So these are all 2x2s. But still nothing is forced, I don't think. Right? Wow. Tricky puzzle. So, about these corners, we know that they have to pick up one. Of the things, so... But because they're 2x2s, they can't pick both of them up. So there is a 1x1 in here somewhere. Same thing here, same thing here. There's exactly one 1x1. But so what, man? So what? Who cares? Wow, I'm just not seeing it, dude. Ah, wait, right, this can't connect there. And this can't connect there. Right? Because... then... either it will do that, which causes this problem. Or that, which causes this problem. Same here. This can't happen because either this or this. Alright, so this and this, which causes that. And now this can't be part of a 2x2. Same thing here. And so now this has to happen, that has to happen, therefore this. Alright, that was what we were supposed to see, but it was an absolute struggle for me to see it. 1x2s and 2x2s. Okay. So do 1x2s and 2x2s have the proper... I mean, this, if it goes here, it has to not go there. If it goes here... So it can't... The purple cannot connect there. Or let's say this is red. Red can't connect there. And there. So therefore it can't connect here either. So this happens. And it can't connect there. So now it's forced to be this. That's a 1x2. If it goes south, this happens, which seems fine. Not brute forcing that. I mean, whichever way it goes, it forces a whole bunch of moves. I don't know. This can't be a 1x2 going that way, and neither can it be a 2x2 going that way. So this simply cannot go that way. Ah, okay, so... yeah. Interesting. So, but why was that? It's basically whenever... So when we have 1x2s, 2x2s, if we have a given border that's parallel with a corners, with one of a corners border, then we can't connect to the corner. Because a 2x2 couldn't expand to pick up the other tile. And of course 1x2s are easy to see. So yeah, that's why. So we have to keep an eye out for that elsewhere. Whenever we have a border that's parallel with a corner. Well, right now we don't have other ones like that, I don't think. So, what now? So, I don't know, for example, this is 3, so... But it could be made up of 3 2x2s, like 3 1x2s. I don't know, anything is possible there. It would seem. All we know is this is not a 1x2 going that way. And that if it is a 2x2, it can't go north. So, can this connect here? It can if it's 2x2 like that. But it could also just not connect there. Who cares? Oh, sorry, this is a given. Dude, I'm just blind. I'm just blind. Also this. And that. This can't go that way. These can't both be 1x2s. So one of them has to take this. So this is part of a 2x2. Somehow. So that's a 1x2 somehow. Oh, we have this. Can't pick that up. So now that must. Ay, dude. This is tough. Okay, everything is at least size 3, so dead end expansion. This can't happen. Once that happens, it has to extend fully. This can't be the large shape, the size 5, so it's the size 3. These two cannot connect. And what else? What else? This can't be a size 3 like that. So it simply cannot pick that up. Oh, also here we have that. And we cannot have this. Because 1x3s are not possible in this board unless they're a part of a 1x4. So this is now 1x3, therefore 1x4. Can't can't go there. This now has to do this. This now is that. One of these two has to pick this up, and whichever it is will have to be... So it's either this or this. And that. And if this doesn't go... So we know this. So it's either that, or it's this, which would cause this to happen. Yeah, so because one of these two are competing for these two tiles. One of them picks one up, the other picks the other up. And neither of them picks this up, so this is a new shape, which has to pick which way it goes. Whichever of these two picks that up, this happens. Therefore, this now must happen, so it can't be red. So red goes there, purple goes there. This must be... It can't be the size 5 shape in any way, because it cannot see a 1x4. So it must be this. Which causes this to happen. This is always a new shape, and it could block that, or it could not block it. Although, if it picks that up, it has to go like that. It cannot go like this. So we don't know much about this. This, however, is... unable to go north. Yeah, this can't go north. Because this is no good, and this is no good. So this happens, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this. Therefore this, and this can't be a 1x4, so it's that. Okay. This happens, and it can't be a 1x4. And we're done. Alright. A 2x4 with a 1x4 attachment orthogonally. Or a pentagonal P shape. Dead ends must expand. So this is 15. The 2x4 with a 1x4 attached is size 10. Can this consist of 3 P shapes, or must it have the size 10? Well, if that's a P shape, then it must go there, and if every tile must be a P shape, then these must belong to it, and this now cannot be a P shape. So they can't all be P shapes. Is that an acceptable conclusion, or is it too brute forcey? Because for all we know, if I tried to brute force that proof, I could have just literally had to solve the puzzle. So that's why I don't like it, because it's like, if you happen to guess right, then you just have to solve the puzzle because you won't get a contradiction, which is just really silly. So maybe let's look for a different proof that doesn't involve that sort of silly approach. Sorry, I see something else. um, so these are the two shapes, right? Now, what is this tile? It cannot be a part of a 2x2, so it's not any of these. Because those are all part of 2x2s, and it's not any of these. So it's either this, this, or this. And all of those are at least a part of a 1x3, so this must happen. And then after 2 steps, no matter what, you will either reach this. Let's draw it in triangle. You will either reach this, this, or this, and whichever one you reach is a part of a 2x2. So this is a part of a 2x2 somehow. Now, if it is this shape, then this is already broken because the triangle cannot extend to be a part of a 2x4. So therefore we know that this has to be a P shape. And so we can draw this border. Okay. And now we have another tile that is not part of a 2x2. So we have a new circle here. What is that circle doing? Well, it has to be a part of a 1x3, so it must always do this. And if it does this, then it must be that circle. If it does this, then it's this or this circle. Either way, this would have to be a triangle. And so what is interesting about that is that this must always happen no matter what. The other way of seeing that is that we cannot draw, well, we know this, but the other way of seeing it is that we cannot draw this. So maybe another way of seeing it is this. If it's the P shape, then that's forced. And if it's not the P shape, the size 5, then the circle is part of a 1x4. So this always happens. And now, as we said, in both shapes, after 2 steps, you reach a triangle that is always a part of a 2x2. Ah, but yeah, no, that's it. That's true. That's true. Because this is never a circle in either shape. Okay. And now this triangle can only see that 2x2, so that's done. This has to expand, and now this is forced to be the size 10 shape. So this happens. Cool. That solution I can get behind. That was much better. That did not involve any assumptions. Very good. Very good. All right. What next? This cannot be a part of a 2x2. So we have a circle. Now where can that go? It will always have to be a part of 1x3, so that way either puts a triangle there, forcing this 2x2, or it puts a triangle here, which can have multiple options. Ah, but this can't be because... Or no, it could. Sorry. it would force this because this couldn't be a new circle. Maybe this can just never be a circle in general. Because circles have to be part of a 1x3, which forces this. And that triangle forces that. But now what does this tile belong to? It couldn't belong to this. Because it's a circle, like we said. But that's an assumption. I'm just assuming and proving by contradiction this can be a circle. I don't want to do that. Let's focus on this. We know either this must happen or we know this. The other property of circles is that once they pick a direction, they must be a dead end. Ah, wait, sorry, there's Bricky logic. I totally forgot about Bricky. Sorry, this happens. And circles must be dead ends. So this happens, that's a triangle, so it's 2x2. Alright. And this circle is not a part of a 1x4, therefore it's this shape. So that's finished. And now here we don't have enough room for the size 10 shape because there's no room for both a 2x4 and a 1x4. So this has to consist of 2p shapes. Although I'm using pattern recognition for that logic, but maybe it is acceptable. So what else do we know? I mean, there's various lines I can see that let me brute force the answer very quickly. But I'm not sure I want to do any of that. Like, I can see this must be a 2x2, because if it's not, that's no good, and that's the only other option. Same thing here, 2x2, otherwise this, and that isolates that tile. So this is always a 2x2, but do I want to use that logic? Because, like, you know, if that's always a 2x2, it forces that, and then that's the solution, but... is there something else? Oh, there is, look. These must be connected. So it must be a 2x2. And it must not isolate this tile, so it can't go there. And similarly, it must pick up this tile, otherwise this is bad. So yeah, whatever, done. There's other stuff there. How many? 1, 2, is there another? No, I think it's just those two. Difficulty 4 and 3. Shape Bank, Bricky, Gemini, Delta. So due to Shape Bank, dead ends must expand, and there are only two shapes, so we have alpha, beta logic. And this can be a 2x2, so it's an L shape. LJ. So that's a 2x2. So that is a 2x2. This can go there or there. But does Bricky force anything? Ah, this can be part of an LJ, right? So it's part of a 2x2, so it must be this. Same thing. No, here is not the same thing. But look, because of this, this must happen. And now this happens. This can be a 2x2. So it's LJ. And then this must be LJ. Also, this happens. So that's an LJ as well. And these two cannot connect. So yellow can't go there or else it breaks. So this is forced. And here we have this. And what? Is this possible? Puts 8 tiles here, so it is possible. Because it could avoid picking them up. The only way it wouldn't be possible is if it leaves 7 or 6 tiles. It's allowed to leave a multiple of 4 or a multiple of 4 plus 1, because it can pick 1 or 0. And it does leave a multiple of 4, so that's fine. What can this be? Because if it's a 2x2, that's forced, and if it's not a 2x2, it couldn't do that ever, right? But like this could happen as well. Actually, wait, can these tiles connect? No, they can't. Because now we have to, after one shape completes in this region 7, we will have 3 tiles remaining, which cannot form a new shape, but they also cannot join to this, because it would be size 5, so these can never connect. So this must happen. And now this area... I don't know, like... I can see visually the various options, but... I don't know. I mean, wait, this can be a 2x2, so this is an LJ. And it must always pick the delta up, must it not? Either it belongs to the delta, or it must escape this way. And then the delta has to be an LJ. Yeah, like if this doesn't join the delta, I mean, it could be this. Oh, I don't know, man. I just don't know how to deal with this mechanic. I don't know how to solve this without brute forcing my way to the solution. I mean, okay, hang on. Like, how many tiles do we have here? 12. So that's exactly 3 shapes. Yeah, I mean, I could make a 2x2 here and call it a day. No? This cannot happen. But who cares that that cannot happen? Literally, who cares? I mean, all that means is that this delta... Ah, wait, it means the delta can't be a 2x2. Okay. So, this happens. And then what? Ah, the delta is an L shape, so it can't join the Gemini. Okay. And now this can't avoid blue, because it would cut blue off. And now delta can't go there, because then this dies. And now this cannot avoid picking the delta up, because if it does, then the only room for a 1x3 it can have is here, which cuts the delta off. So they must join. And now there's only room for a 2x2. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if I solved that correctly, but whatever. Alright, we have 1x1s and and size, what is that? 9? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1s and 9s. And we must sum to 26. But these 9s can interweave with each other. So we're not forcing 1x1s inside. In fact, we cannot. This tile can never be a 1x1. Because it would force that to be a 1x1, and then there are multiple 1x1s. So if this shape shows up, then it must interweave with another. So like if this shows up... Wait, I mean that's... How can we even fit it? Let's put it here maybe. If this shows up, that can be a 1x1, so it must belong to another version of that shape, another instance, which must well, it has to get out, and then once it has this, it can only... So this can't be a 1x3 that turns, because oh my god, this is confusing. First of all, it can't be this. Because if it's that, then it has to be getting out and then turning towards that. Or no, it could. Sorry, it could. I don't know. Like, we have this, then either we could have that, or we could have a 1x1 Like something like this, no? Or no, that is not this is not possible. This would be too large. But can we not have like we could have something going that way though, no? I don't know, dudes. I don't know what the possible options are. This has a 3x4 bounding box. We obviously can't fill the board with ones, so we need at least one of these. Once we have at least one of those, we need at least a second one, because it can't fill the voids with just ones, and there are no voids in the board for it to wrap around. So we have at least two of these size 9 shapes. So that's 18 out of 26. Which leaves us with 8. So we have exactly 2, because we cannot fit a third. Alright, so we have exactly 2 of that shape. And where can we put it? Do we... Ah, wait, this can't be a 1x1. Neither can that. So, wherever we put those shapes must visit these tiles. It could be the 2 different instances, or it could be the same instance. Ah, but there's something else we also know. We know that because there are exactly 2 of that shape, taking up 18 tiles, the remaining 8 tiles must all be 1x1s. So we have exactly 8 1x1s we must fill. Okay. Who cares? I have no clue where to go from there. I mean, I understand that the board is quite limited, so we struggle to fit 2 of these shapes into the board, but like, am I seriously supposed to brute force my way into that? Okay, well, hold on. So we know that when this happens, at least we know this tile here can't be a 1x1. Which means we know this must happen. And that's already... Here is a 2x4 extending into a 3x4. Sorry, this is a 3x4 extending into a 4x4. So we need at least a 4x4 bounding box. But which corners of the bounding box do we visit? We visit at least 2 of them. But what about the rest of the corners? Could we visit this corner? Could we visit this corner? Could we visit both? Neither? Who knows? This is a 1x3 here. That's either a 1x1 or it's part of something. That's not possible, right? Oh, I mean, it's only possible if this goes in. But is it wait, maybe... So, is it possible for this to be a 1x1? Like, what would this have to do? Would have to... Can't go... Can't... Like, can't say that that's a 1x3, because then it has to be this. But it could go north, no? No. No room, right? Or no, this is the shape. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that is the shape. Oh, I have no idea, dude. Like... Like, there's a 4x4 here. There's room here. Hang on. So, if this goes there, then... Then this would have to be the 4x4 bounding box, but we can't visit that corner. Does that matter? I don't know, man. I mean, we know this is not a corner, by the way. So it's part, and neither is that. So both of them are part of the shape, and they're not those. Unless... No, they're just not those, right? Yeah. Or wait. They can be those. They just have to not do this. So, for example, if that's a 1x1, then this has to go there. That's a 1x1, this has to go there. And is this possible? I don't think it is, because it has to wrap around some core here, and it has no room to do that. So does that mean at least one of them, well, at least one of them is a different region. We don't know if that different region is a 1x1 or not. And can it go here? I mean, isn't something like this possible, though? Maybe not. Because this would have to get out, and it can't turn here. Can't turn there. Cannot turn here either. But that can't be a 1x4 now, because the 1x4 needs to turn on both ends. It can't turn this way, therefore, so it would have to turn this way. But it has no room for that, because it has to continue. But that's brute force proof that this is not the shape. Oh man, are we supposed to just brute force it or what? These puzzles, I swear. I guess I give up and I'll just brute force it, whatever. So let's see, what is the brute force solution? The brute force solution is that this can be a 1x1, I believe, because if it is, then... Well, no, I mean, these could all be 1x1s if this goes there. Can it do that? No, it can't. So then, Wow, I can't even see the brute force solution. Gee. Maybe... Ah, this. Does that work? No. Because of this area here. This area breaks. So actually... this cannot be a corner. Like, this cannot happen. Because these would all have to be 1x1s. Or is that true? Well... Yeah, like if this is a corner... And if these... Yeah, then this is not a 1x1. So it has to be part of the magic shape. But whichever way it goes to be a part of the magic shape... It's not gonna be able to connect to us. Or can it? No, no. Unless... This can't be a part of it. What about like... Ah, wait, this is interesting. No, it can't. We already know it can't be that. What about this? That breaks here. So actually... So we actually can't do neither that nor that, right? Which means these can't be 1x1s, I guess? Can they? Now that can be 1x1, neither can that, but... The shapes will just cut each other off, no? Ah, wait, maybe not. No, but now they're not... Therefore, they're not... No, we already said that this part cannot be a 1x1. Like this... This is not good. So... And that's not good. And if we slide it up one... That's good. Isn't it? Yes. So... I don't know, like, there's something about the corners, you know, like this, and this. There's something about those that you're supposed to see, which forces that solution, and I give up trying to figure it out. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. So what do we got? What? 52 total? We still have this whole bunch of stuff here? Okay, well, let's go here. There's a bunch of stuff here. Bricky boxy rose windows. Okay. So dead end expansion. This still needs a square. This still needs a circle. They can't go further. Boxy, which forces this. And what else? Ah, we have a bricky thing here. Ah, this must go there, and therefore this happens. So this happens, this happens. That. This only sees these. Okay, I'm starting to regain the boxy vision. This only sees this square. And therefore that. Then... this only sees that square and that circle. This can't see that square, therefore it cannot see that circle. This can't see that square, therefore it cannot see... No. Well, therefore it sees this square, but we don't know more than that. But we know this can't see that circle, so this happens. Now they could join or not. Oh, but look here, there's a Bricky logic, which forces this. Here we have Bricky logic. Then what? Well, here we cannot... this will have to happen. This cannot happen. So this happens. Oh, and look, there's Bricky logic here. And now that this forces this Bricky logic. This is a pretty cool puzzle. It does the Bricky flow pretty well, I think. Then this can't see that circle. And this can't see that square. But they could join. This can't see that circle, but it could see that or that. This can't see that square or that square. It only sees that square. This only sees this circle. This cannot see that circle. This cannot see that circle. This can only see this square, and also there's Bricky logic here. This only sees this circle and square. This only sees that square. And there's Bricky logic here. Then this only sees this circle. This only sees this circle. And we're done. Bricky area number. None of these two see one another, so they occupy 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 out of 21. And this can't go there or there. So we know this. And now this can't go there or there. Now this can't go there. It goes there. Now these can't go both south, or else this breaks. Hmm. Man, I don't know. I suppose these can go both east. And if this goes west, this must go east. So if this doesn't go east, this can't go west. Ah, wait, there's something here. I didn't see that. This happens. So it goes south or west? If it goes west, this cannot go south. Similarly, if this goes south, this cannot go south. If this goes south, this cannot go east. I don't know. Oh, wait, look, there, this thing is here. Dude, I just can't see these, honestly. Whatever. Is there any other ones I'm missing? I mean, this can't go west now. So it must go south. So now this can't go south, so it must go east. What? I broke it? Dude, oh my god, I swear, dude, what is happening? How did I break it, man? Oh. Alright, this can't go north, can't go east. This can't go north, can't go east. This can't go west. Now this forced to go south. This happens. This can't go west. Or no, it can. It can, dude. It's not forced to draw that. This can't go east. Now this must go west. This happens. Now this happens. And this. So dude, this is only difficulty 4 because it's hard to parse the flow of the Bricky. Like, that's so silly. Like, this was... Every single move here was forced, and yet it's difficulty 4. I mean, okay. And when I say every move was forced, I mean like it's like look ahead one. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel like this deserves to be difficulty 4, even though I myself struggle to see the flow of, like, I struggle to see the borders when they show up, but like, I don't know, man. That doesn't feel difficulty 4 to me. Like, someone who can see the presence of these shapes would solve this in like 10 seconds. Alright, now what? I guess let's do this group here. 40 and a bunch of 2s. None of the 2s see one another. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's 24. Plus what? 12 times 2, 24. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I didn't delete them. Okay, 24 plus 40 is 64. Okay, okay. Size separation. Which means this can't force that to go that way. Sorry, this can't go there because it would force that to go that way, which is bad. Same thing here. So it actually means that the size separation and Bricky means that the 2s actually project an aura like that. Don't they? I think they do. So like, for example, if we look at this 2, it cannot touch the aura of these, or these, or these. So it's only allowed to go there, right? Because if, let's see what happens if it goes there. It forces a corner there. If it goes there, forces a corner, forces a corner. This is the only option. This can't go to that. This can't go there, or there, or there. This can't go there. Can't go there, can't go there. Can't go there. And this can't go there. Okay. Done. Bricky size separation, area number. This cannot cut the 3 off. This can't be size 2, so it's 1 or 3. It can't be 3, so it's 1. This can't be 1, so it's 3. This can't be 2, so it's 1 or... Can't be... It can't be 2 or 3, but it could be higher. This can't go there because it forces 2 1s or a 2. This is not a 1. If this is not a 1 and if it's a 2, it's that 2. And if it's not a 2, the 2 goes north. This is not a 2 or a 3. It could be a 1. This is not a 1. Can be a 2. It's not a... Well, it could be a 3. Oh, I forgot about Bricky. Is there any Bricky stuff? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Any other Bricky stuff? Yeah, 3 can't go there. I was not done. Bricky. Bricky, and it can't be a 2, so it joins. Okay. Bricky, range 4, 5, size separation. So dead end expansion, we have Tetris and Pentominoes. So if this goes here, it can't pick all of those up, so it cannot pick any of them up, because otherwise a new region cannot form. So if this goes there, that's a 2x2. Which would force this. Okay. Cool story, but I don't know how that helps us. Well, if this goes here, it has to pick that up, and if it doesn't go there... Wait, sorry. Why did I draw this? Sorry, we're here. This is where we're at. We know it can't go there and stop. So we know if it goes there, it can't pick those up, and it has to go here. So it either picks both of those up, or if it does that, I don't know. Anything is possible. Well, this can join that. So if it avoids that, it joins this. Otherwise, it must go there. I don't know how that helps us either. We have 40 tiles. 40 tiles and... five Tetris shapes max. But all 40... sorry. Size separation. It means that we couldn't have all 40 tiles be size 5. They can't all be pentaminoes. Any occurrence of a pentamino or tetramino must be surrounded by the other type. Okay. That is much more interesting then. So, then what do we know? Well, then let's go back to this. So if that happens, we know these must be that, and then this has to be a size 5 shape that is forced to pick that up. And then it couldn't pick this up. Which means this would have to be size 4. But who cares? I don't see any problems with that. So that doesn't seem like it. The alternative is that this does not go there. But again, who cares if it doesn't go there? Literally nobody. So is there anything interesting about the corners? I mean, we know they're not that, but again, so what? Who cares that we have to do that or both? That or both? I don't know. That or both. Well, then let's look at choke points. Can we do this? We would have 11. So we would have to pick up at least one of them. So if these join together, they have to pick at least one of them inside, but they could pick 2, because 9 is still fine, or 3, because 8 is... Well, if it's 3, it would have to be... Couldn't be that. Or that. So it couldn't be 3. So if these join, they have to pick up 1 or 2. Ah, but it can't... Can it be 2? No, wait. So, what if we join these? If it's 5, then it can only border 4s, so whatever it picks up from the 11, it would not be allowed to see a 5 in there. It would only be allowed to see 4s. So like if we wanted to see 2 4s, it needs to pick up 3 more. But the 2 4s cannot see each other, so... So there is something interesting, I think. The interesting thing is that if I have, let's say, a 5 here, and if I know this is a corner of a 5, then I know something about these 3 tiles. I know that that's a 4, and I know that's a 4, but I also know that if either 4 goes here, it must pick its neighbor up. Otherwise, this has to be another 5. But that's not possible because of Bricky. So I think that is the insight we're supposed to see here. Is that diagonals... Is that once we have the corner of a shape, the other diagonally from it, it must be surrounded by a single shape like this. It can't have another 5 there. That's the consequence of Bricky plus size separation working together. Which I suppose maybe I kind of made use of that idea, just I didn't realize the generalized statement about it. And this is the generalized statement, that if you have size S as a corner, then diagonally from it you cannot have size S. So it cannot be size S here. Alright. I guess I'll keep that in mind whenever we find a corner, but like first we have to find a corner before we make use of that logic. Any forced corners around? I mean, obviously these are corners, but like they're not touching anything valuable. Do I just start brute forcing corners and seeing what breaks or what? I mean, another interesting thing is, could we have this type of dead end? Because then if that's alpha, then that's beta, beta. And we've established that this can't be alpha, so that's beta. And that can't be alpha, so that's beta, but that's also beta. Ah, so what we know then, and these of course must all join. So what we know is that only one such corner is ever allowed in the board, because we can only have one, or no, sorry. We don't have mismatch. We could have this multiple times. Beta would just have to be size 5. So that means that if ever we have a dead end surrounded by real tiles where the diagonals are also available and are not voided, then it has to be size 4. Only size 4 can do that. Well, okay. Which means, for example, this is not possible because, you know, it would force these to be size 4. As well as these, and that's not good. But that's not forced. Just because this goes... Oh no, is it? Wait, is it? Hold on. If this goes here, that's size 4, so that's size 5. And the box and the Bricky says it must go there. And now due to the other thing, we know it can't go there. We know it can't cut that off. So now we know this is size 4. And that's size 4. Ah, and it can't go there either. So it would have to do this. And then those are all together, therefore. Therefore this would happen. And that breaks the puzzle. I mean, I don't know if I want to use that though. Like, that's such a deep brute force. All that proves is that we can't go there, but who cares about that? I don't know. I don't know how to get started here. So, actually, wait, maybe it's... Let's look at the possible Tetris shapes then. Because each Tetris shape carries with it some forced logic. Like, for example, a 2x2. Because of what I just said, those would have to be 5s, those would have to be 5s, but that breaks. So a 2x2 can only exist in parts of the board where it's void. It has enough voided neighbors that it doesn't cause problems. LJ would need to have this sort of thing if this... So, like, I don't know, like all the... And it must be even worse than for the size 5 shapes. Like, maybe a bunch of size 5 shapes are not even possible. But again, it's like circumstantial, because it depends on what void tiles it's touching, because the void tiles can carry a lot of weight. So I don't know if that leads to any conclusions. Technically, I could brute force every shape. And the implications of what shape it must be surrounded by if it's seeing real tiles. But then simply, what if it doesn't see real tiles? Then who cares, right? So I'm not sure if that is the way to solve this. I mean, surely it will be relevant eventually, but for now, in the opening, I'm not sure it is. I suppose another thing we can think about is that if two tiles don't see each other, then we know they're of different sizes. Because only two possible sizes exist in this puzzle. So like, for example, if these do not connect, then one is a 4, the other is a 5. And what? If that's a 4, then that's a 5. Then these are all 4s. Ah, and that cannot work. So this couldn't be a 4, so it would have to be a 5. And then that's a 4, therefore that's a 4. Therefore these are all 5s. But it can't repeat that shape. But again, like, I'm just bifurcating now, like, who cares about that? What about this? If we draw that in, we have to draw these in, and these are two different sizes. And whatever size this is, I mean, if it visits this, it can't visit any of those. But if it doesn't visit that, then if it's a 4, then these are all 5s, and they would have to connect there. Ah, wait. Sorry. So look, there's something interesting. Like, when I draw this and this, I know this is a different size. And the moment I extend the border here, I must extend it on the other side because it has to continue to be the same size, and that can't be different regions due to size separation. So, well, basically, the moment I draw this, and if I say that I'm drawing this as well, then I have to extend that like this. This has to be at least size 4. And then what? Well, we will have to draw a border. Yeah, like, it can't go there, right? And so now this must be extended here. And this can't reach this far. So whatever this is doesn't belong to that. We'll have to get out this way. And now... this is 4 or 5. If it's 5, then this 4 is locked in. If it's 4... ah, in all cases this happens. Because if this is 4, this must be the 5 and this has to get locked. And if this is 5, then this is a 4 and it has to get locked. So... is that more easily... like, is that... can that be proven? Ah, wait. Also, when we draw this, this has to be drawn as well. And now, if we draw this, we must draw this. So we know this has to be a 5. So this has to be a 4. But these have to be... yeah, but that's like, again, I don't know, man. That's so many ifs. Or not so many ifs. It's one if that forces... no, it is multiple ifs, sorry. Let me take a quick break. Hello. Sorry for the abrupt cut. We were here and In reality, several days have passed. For you, a few seconds, but for me, I had actually wrapped up playing on that day, and then I just didn't open the game for a few days. Kind of burned myself out on it, but now I'm back. So let's continue where we left off. We were here, Bricky, range 4-5, size separation, so we live in the Tramino Pentamino world, and we have observed that there are some interesting things going on, because first of all, due to size separation, and only 2 sizes possible, obviously each size, let's say this is a Tetris piece, then all of these tiles have to be a different size, but because of Bricky, these also have to be a different size than this, because if this was the same size, then we would be forced to draw this. But that means that it would have to force essentially this, which is obviously not possible, because this can't all be one region, too large. But that is an interesting thing in this puzzle. And also, because of size separation, we can't have any tile that sees both shapes as a neighbor. Both sizes. So like this would break. So that's what we know in this puzzle. And we can jump into it. So I'm wondering whether I should think about these corners that have 2 out of 3 borders touching them already. Because in those spots, we're almost guaranteed some logic, because like basically what I'm saying is either all of these are the same, or if they're not, then yeah, we know that at least 2 of them have to be the same, right? At least 2 tiles seeing each of the circled corners have to be the same. Which means further that it's always the middle tile that's the same as one of its neighbors, because we couldn't have this be one and these be different, because this would happen, right? So we know that this is the same as one of its neighbors. Same for that. So do we then know these are different? Because if... no, because it could be this, right? Actually, no, it couldn't, because that would force this. Unless it was this, but that would break. So can I just go ahead and draw this in then? Interesting. We know this is same as one of its neighbors out of these 3. And we know it's true of this here as well. Because this is not possible and this is not possible. And it's true here as well. So, if this is the same as one of its neighbors, out of these 3, and this, can they join? Can they be the same, or must I draw this border? Well, if they are the same, then they automatically have to pick these up. And now they can grow at most 1. Can't be that. Cannot be this, because, you know, all of these would have to be the same. Can't be that, because these would all be the same. And similarly can't be that, because these would all be the same. And, you know, they can't be size 5. So this would be forced if they're the same. But if this happens, these would have to happen. And that can't be either. So I believe we can draw this in. And I think with the same logic, we can draw this in. Because it's the exact same thing here. Right? Like, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. And this is not good. So I believe we are able to draw this in here. By the way, when I sat down to record a few minutes ago, I spent 10 minutes with the mic muted, so I had to re-record everything. I had actually gotten stuck, and only when I was about to start recording again did I think about this corner idea here. So that's why it may seem like I kind of abruptly jumped into that idea. Anyway, let's continue. So, what do we now know? Well, now we can do this. Alpha, beta, beta. So therefore this is beta. Which means we now know this. And that's pretty big. That's pretty big. We now know alpha cannot be size 5. Because if it was, this would have to happen. Right, because here this forces that, and here this forces this. And that's not acceptable. So we now know alpha is size 4, and beta is size 5. Interesting. We also know this. Because, you know, it can go at least size, at most size 3 here, so has to visit that, and same thing the other way. So we know this. So we know this is an SZ, and either this will happen, which causes this to happen, and that's not good, because this cannot happen. So therefore this must happen, causing this to happen, and this, and that is acceptable. I think we can use that logic, right? Because it's immediately clear. Once we do this, you know, due to the Bricky, this will have to happen, which locks this in. And then this happens due to Bricky, this, and this has to happen, and that's not good. So I think it's pretty clear that we must do this, and therefore we must do this. And therefore we must do this. And therefore we must do this. And now this can pick up at most one of these two up here, but it can actually pick up neither. Because that would be bad. So it will have to do that, which causes this to happen. And now we cannot do this, because this is size 5. This is 4, 5, 4. So this must go here, I believe, because if it doesn't, then this would happen, which is bad. So this is forced. And now these are all size 4. And that's 5, that's 4. Now these are all 5, and that's 4, and we're done. Wow. Interesting. Okay. That was a really interesting puzzle. It feels really difficult to see the ideas in this puzzle, to me. Bricky, 3, 4, 5, size separation. Alright, so dead end expansion. So you've got two different sizes here. Ah, and this happens, and so we actually know this size. It's 3. So this is 4, 5, and that's 4, 5. But these are different. Because if they were... Oh, no. Yeah, no, sorry. They cannot be the same. Because they're both 4, 5, this actually has to come out, and it cannot join that. So... we've got alpha, beta, where alpha and beta are both 4 or 5. So we know this. So this happens. So now that's beta. Now, this is something, and this something cannot be beta, I think. Because imagine if this was beta. This couldn't be beta, because then it would have to join here and be larger than 4, 5, so it would have to be alpha, but if it's alpha, we would have to do this. So it can't be alpha, but if it's 3, it also would do that, which can't be, so it can't be anything, so this is not beta, so it's alpha. Because it can't be 3 either. Okay. Ah, this can't be beta. This is alpha or 3. So this happens and this happens. Because if it was beta, these betas would join and that would be too large. Very well. Very well. And now... now what? Can this be beta, by the way? If it is, it couldn't go there, because it would join and be too large. So it would force this. And this. And therefore it would force this, which would lock this in. But that would break, because we said this is not beta, so this can't be beta. Yeah, like, once you have a certain size somewhere, if you get the same size diagonally... yeah, if you get the same size diagonally, but not here, then this has to be the same, otherwise you create a Bricky violation. So yeah, this is also alpha or 3. And so now this can't be... sorry, this cannot be alpha. Because this would have no room, because it couldn't this be alpha then, and it can't be 3. So this is 3. Okay. Interesting. So if this is alpha, the beta's finish. Is that possible? I guess it is. We know this is alpha or beta, right? It can't be 3 because it would create a cross. So it's alpha or beta, which causes this. So now if it is alpha, then these are 3s, and if it is beta, then nothing. Then this closes. This would happen if it's beta, and this would happen if it's alpha. I don't think I need to count tiles yet. So then how to proceed? I don't know. I do not know. How far can this 3 go? It can go... It only sees these tiles, so it can't see those tiles. But that doesn't mean that none of those tiles are 3s, because there could be a border in between. So that's not helpful. Well, we know that these are alpha or 3. And this could be 3, right? It could even be 3 like that. Oh. That doesn't help. I've been thinking about this style, but I don't see a way to say that it joins or doesn't join. Because it could just not join. Alpha would have to go here. And then this would do that. This would happen. Well, it would force alpha to be size 5, I guess. Ah. Wait. Something breaks here. So I actually should be looking here. Oh, I see. Alpha cannot be size 5. Look what happens if alpha is size 5. This happens. The moment alpha is size 5, that happens. So alpha is known to be size 4. And now all hell breaks loose. This is 4, because it sees a 3 and a 5. Now the 4 cannot cut this edge off. Whatever this is comes out, and then has to be a 5. And the puzzle solves. Yeah, it was just about this vertex. Tricky to see those things. For me. Shape bank 1 by x's up to... from 1 by 1 up to 1 by 4. A bunch of stuff given. Not a lot left on the board. Neighboring regions must have different shapes. Well, that's just... Isn't that the same as size separation in this board? Yes, it is, because each size can only have one shape. Okay. So... And no 1 by 3s are allowed anymore, because they can't go anywhere without seeing another 1 by 3. So we live in 1 by 1, 1 by 2, and 1 by 4 world. And those have to sum to 24. Okay. I see. And each row, well... So we could form fake size 1s in rows, like if something like this happens, right? Then these are both taking up 1 out of this row. So that sort of thing can happen, but I don't think a 1 by 4 could be here or here. Or wait, can it? No, maybe it can. Never mind. So where do we start? Well, first of all, 1 by 1s can't be at any intersection. That any corner can't have a 1 by 1 around it. So those are not 1 by 1s. And this corner can be a 1 by 1 because then these would form a triangle. So we know this is a 1 by 2 somehow. So all these red tiles are not 1 by 1s. Let's look at this row. This row has 5 tiles. It can have at most 1 by 1 in it, because the red tiles can't be a 1 by 1. And whichever one of these is a 1 by 1, you couldn't make another one, because it can be adjacent to it, and here it forces it to be adjacent. So out of these 5 tiles, there's at most 1 by 1, or 0. If there is 0, then we have to make up 5 tiles using 2s and 4s, which is not possible. So we know there is at least one 1x1. Actually, no, that's not true, because we could have this and this, for example. 1x4 and 1x2. Okay. So either there's a 1x1 in one of these. Okay. These can't be 1x1s. Sorry, this... No, yeah, these... Oh no, they can. Yeah, if I make this a 1x1, this is forced 1x2, and this is forced 1x4 vertically, which is possible. So if we make a 1x, and if we make this 1x1, we could have two 1x2s like that. Which is fine. Or is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. So those are the options with the size 5 rows. We also have two size 6 rows here. What can those be? Well, if they have a 4, then they need to have a 2. Which means the 4 cannot be in the middle. Can it? Or maybe it can, because it can have 2 1s as well. So it could have a 4 anywhere. Could it avoid having a 4? Yes, it can, I think. Because we could have 1, whatever. 1, 2, 4. So it could have a 4 vertical. It's not forced to have a 4 horizontal. It could have a 4 vertical. Okay, maybe let's look here, because there are lots of corners here. So what do we know up here? We know that that's not a 1. So we know either this happens or this happens. And when that happens, whichever way it goes, either this happens or this happens. So we know that's a 2. We know that's not a 1. Yeah, we know that's a 2. We know that's not a 1, and it's not a 2, because it sees a 2, and it's not a 3. So we know this is a 4. So either this is a 4 extending this far and causing this to be a 2, or extends that far and it causes... Ah, no, in fact, look. If it goes... Oh, I see. Wait. 2. Yeah, I think I see something. I think this 4 can never... must pick that or that up. Because look, if it doesn't, if it goes here, this happens, and these have to be all the same, but they can't be 3 or 4, and so it breaks. And the same is true down here. This will happen, and this can't go there, but it can't stop either. Alright, so what we know is that this 4 goes in there and either finishes here, like that, or here, like this. But it can't finish there, because of this. So it must finish here. It must be this. And so now this is now a 1 or a 2. And this is a 1 or a 2. Okay. Now, if that's a 1, this is 2 or 4. If that's 1, that's 2 or 4. Let's look at this. This is an interesting tile, and this as well. Because, yeah, here these corners are powerful. So, and I guess we can look up here as well, potentially. And maybe here. Anyway, let's see. So this can't be a 1, obviously, but it also can't be a vertical 2. It can be a horizontal 2, or it can be a vertical 4. Or a horizontal 4, I guess. Okay, this style cannot be a 4. Because this is not good. And this is not good. So it's not 1, it's not 4, it's not 3. So this is a 2. So now if that's a 2, these join. And if that's not a 2, then this is a vertical 2. And it cannot be a vertical 2. So these must join. This is not a 2 or a 3. It could be a 4 or it could be a 1. If it's a 1, then so it's 1 or 4. Oh wait, this can't be a 2. So it's a 1. So that's a 2 or a 4. It cannot be a vertical 2 or a vertical 4. So whatever it is, it goes horizontal and doesn't go vertical. So this is could be a 2. If that's a 4, could be a 1. If it's a 4, it goes at most this far. And if it's a 2, it goes this far. So... Well, if that's a 1, these have to go that way. And now neither of those could be a 4, so they would have to both be a 2. So that's one world. The other world is this. And then this can't be a 4. Ah, wait, so that can never be a 4? Because if that's a 1, that couldn't be a vertical 2, so it has to be horizontal 2, therefore that's not a 4. And if that is a 4, then this can't be a 4. So this is never a 4, so this is always a 2. Okay, so that's not a 4 or a 2 or a 3, so it's a 1. That's not a 1, so it expands and it cannot turn, so that's forced. And now that's not a 2 or a 3 or a 4, so it's a 1. That's at least a 2. That's forced to be a 1 because it's not 2 or 3 or 4. So that's at least a 2. So this is 2, 4, and that's 2, 4. But because of the Bricky, these are forced, and so this is a 4, and the puzzle finishes. Damn, these are tricky puzzles, eh? Look at this, all of them are high difficulty. Well, let's keep going. Let's do the lower difficulty ones. Bricky Precision 4. Alright, so Dead End Expansion. And also Bricky Expansion. And another Bricky Expansion. Adding a bit of color. So, well, let's look at this. This can go at most one up, and then it can't join either of those, right? So it always has to go this way. And now if it goes there and finishes, okay, this breaks here. Oh yeah, because I was supposed to draw this brick in as well. And so these cannot join. So this must go there. And now this is not allowed to visit there because it will cut one of those off. So it's forced to do this. Now this must happen. And now blue, this blue can't join this or that, but must join something because not enough space. So it must join this. And now teal cannot avoid going here. Therefore, this needs this. It can't join there, so it goes here. This must join this. This can't join this. This has to expand, and we're done. Precision 3. One of these two joins there. Okay. So over here, whatever this is different. Otherwise, this would get cut off. So this must visit these. And now due to the Bricky, this happens. Then whatever this is can only go one up, so always comes out this way. Cannot go... Wait, sorry, no, it could go there. 1x3s are possible, I believe. Red picks up one of these. Blue is not forced to also pick up one of those because blue could go there, which would cause this. So if blue goes there, this happens. And if blue doesn't go there, then this or this happens. Well, blue can't go here because of the bricky pattern. And This also can't go there because of the Bricky pattern. So whatever this is new, not that. So it can go at most there, so it must go here. And if in fact it can go there because of the Bricky pattern, so this must happen. This is all forced. This can't go there because of Bricky. So due to Bricky, this happens. And that, and that, and this, and this, and this. Done. That's a new area. Bricky Precision 4. So this is always new. Ah, but it's not forced to be cut off. Okay. Interesting. Where should we look? Ah, we can't go here. Or here. Dude, this is so hard to see for me. No, we can't go there. Or there. Dude, this is a good puzzle. I can already tell. Forcing that. And that. Alrighty, I'm back. And as I was sitting here having a snack, I saw that there are some important corners here. And what those corners mean is that this cannot be a border, because that would either force this, which is bad, or this, which is bad, because this is not possible, you know, due to the palisade. So we cannot draw this, so we must draw this. And similarly, we cannot now draw, we must now draw this, therefore we must draw this. And due to max 3, we finish. So did this do anything, this shape? I feel like it did nothing, no? This was all forced based on corner, like bricky border logic, and this. So I don't know. Anyway, so that happens. We now have a bunch of bricky stuff. Max 3 forces this. Max 3 forces that. This now can be horizontal due to max 3, so it must be vertical. This happens, therefore this happens. This happens. And something is wrong. How does this resolve in here? Did I break the puzzle? I feel like the puzzle is broken. Because there's no unique solution to this, right? Like this could happen with no bearing on the rest of the puzzle. Or this could happen. Well, okay, that can't. Oh, sorry, neither of those can happen. Sorry, there are two corners here. Never mind. So neither of these can extend. And neither, and this can't be a 1x1, so never mind. False alarm. Okay. So can this be horizontal by Bricky rules? Yes. Can it be vertical by Bricky rules? Yes. No. If it's vertical by Bricky rules, this would have to break max 3. So it must be horizontal. So this must go this way. Oh, we don't have to close it. We only need to close this side. Then we have bricky stuff here and here. So that's happening. This happens. Oh, and now we repeat the same thing like here. That's not good. And that's not good. And so these must happen. Cool. Wow, we gilded it. And there's the boss puzzle. And what? Is there something? Yeah, there's something down there. Shadebank Bricky Polyomino. Okay. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 distinct shapes that cannot join. And they all take size 2, so 6 times 2 is 12, leaving us with 8. I believe this must be a 1x1, must it not? Maybe not. Or maybe it cannot be a 1x1. Can it? No, maybe it... Where does it break? Here? Okay, so... Wait. So, yeah, sorry, this is a corner. So we need to look at corners. So look, this can't go there. So must go there. This can't go there. And this can't go there. Also, this can't go there. So now these join and they reach max size. These are forced to join. Now this can't go south. This can't go west. This can't go west. So this is forced. Wow. Okay. That was quick. What else is hiding, if any? If anything? Oh, look, is there something down there, or what is that? Oh no, that's the reflection of the window, apparently. Or the refraction. But there could easily be something hiding down there. I'm surprised they didn't hide something there. That's such a good hiding spot. What about here? That's also a good hiding spot. And it's also unused. I don't know if I should be glad or disappointed. Ooh, look. Bricky, and only one shape is possible. So, what does that tell us? Well, once again, let's look at the corners. For example, these two corners seem powerful. What do they tell us about this tile? They tell us it's not a dead end, right? Because if it's a dead end, it couldn't go that... Or wait. Yeah, it couldn't... A dead end only has one neighbor. If it was a dead end, this couldn't be its neighbor, because that's bad. That couldn't be its neighbor, because that's bad. That couldn't be its neighbor, because that's bad. And this couldn't be its neighbor, because that's bad. So this is not a dead end, which means that it's, you know, it's one of these two tiles. So, if it's that tile, it's part of a 1x3, which is either this 1x3 or this. Is there any issue with either of those things? I don't think so. What about this one? That one couldn't do this. could do that. Could do that. Couldn't do that. Okay, so there are options. So maybe that's not it. What about this area? Like, excluding this is an area of 8. This could take up at most 3 of them, but it could also take up, like, none of them. Like, this could be. This could happen. By Bricky rules. What about this tile? That tile? Must it be this? I think it must. It cannot be that, because it can't be part of a middle of a 1x3. And if it tries to be this, then once it takes a step, it has to form a 1x3. Couldn't be that. Would have to be this. But is that possible? No. Because it forces this, which breaks. So that means that this tile cannot be that or this. And if it's this, then it forms a 1x3, so it's either that or that. Clearly it's not this, because this area breaks. And clearly it's not this, because these two tiles break. Because, like, this could join there, but then... Or no, wait, maybe this is... maybe this is possible, actually. So we don't know anything. We know nothing. So if we know nothing, then what do we know? Well, let's see. If this is a dead end, it cannot go east. So if this goes east, it must pick one of these up. And if it doesn't go east, well, I don't know. Wow, how is this so difficult? What am I missing? I feel like this is either fully contained in this area or... Nah, I mean... Nah, it can just do partial stuff as well. There is something I do see. These have to be together, because if they're not... then this breaks. So this must happen. And now we can't go here. And we can't close this, so this must happen. And so this must happen, and this. And this, and this, and this. And this. So now what's going on in here? This can't go here, because this area breaks. So it can't go there at all. So it must do this and this. Now this must happen. And this, therefore this. And that. So it wasn't even this thing at all. Like, wow. But is it really difficulty 3 to see that logic up here? Maybe it is, I don't know. This can't go there, so it goes here. And now, this could do that, or this. It can't go here. So, and it can't go here. So whatever is here has to escape. And these are different. This is also a new region that doesn't, because it can't belong to blue, because this area breaks. So now we have 4 regions that are all guaranteed different, and they still need 1, 2, 3, 5, but there are 9 tiles, so there's one more region we need to draw somewhere. And the only places that can accommodate new regions are not this, because that can only accommodate this and that breaks. Not that. Not this. Wait, I don't even see. What? How? We need 9 more tiles. Oh no, I miscalculated. Dude, I can't count. Why did I think these need 1 more? This needs 2 more, 2 more, 2 more, 3 more. 2, 2, 2, 3 is 9. And we have 9. So no new tiles exist. No new tiles exist. So this is yellow, because only yellow can pick that up. I feel like I'm not doing the intended solution, by the way, but whatever. I'm kind of done with Bricky, so I know I'm probably cheating a little bit on this puzzle, but whatever. Then, this can be yellow or red. That can't be red. Can't be green, because then green can't pick that up. So this must be blue. So now green can only find its salvation here, if we were to use good old no box rules. And that completes the puzzle. Oh, no, never mind. Nothing. All right, that's it. Are we done with this mechanic? Can we move on to the... Oh wait, there's something hiding in here. Bricky. What is this puzzle? This can't go up. And this can't do that. So this must be vertical. So now this can't go there. This must be here. This must be there. And it causes this bricky shape. Oh, look, there's another thing hiding there. Bricky polyomino. Okay. Polyomino. Polyomino. Well, this can't do this 2 by 2. So it must do this, this, or this. It can't do this because that shape breaks. So it can't do that or that. It must do this or this. This also breaks the no, it doesn't, because that can go there. So wait, this can do this or this. Ah, but wait, if this goes here, the puzzle breaks, no? Yeah, it does. So this can't go there. It can't go there because it kills the shape. It can't go there, so it must go here. That's the only option. So now this must go here. These must connect. This now can't draw that border, so it must connect there and therefore be here. This, if it visits here, it must visit there, because otherwise... Or no, wait, in fact it cannot visit there. Sorry, no. Well, we have to draw this as what I should have said. And now... Yeah, now if we do this, we do that. Otherwise, we do what? Well, the only other option is this. But it can't be that. So it must be this and this. These must join. This happens, this happens. Now this cannot happen. So now either that happens, which is not good, therefore this happens. I hope I'm not making mistakes. It feels so easy to make a mistake here. And now this has to do that. Now this cannot connect there. So it can either do that or this. Those are the only options. And what? Well, we have, let's see, 31 tiles remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's count it like this. 32 tiles remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4 is 24. Out of 32 leaves us with 8 tiles hanging. So we're not at that stage yet. Well, this can't go south because it cuts that off. So it either does this or this. It can't do that because it cuts that off. So it must do this. So now this must get out, can't visit that. And it must be this shape. So now this cannot go, well, it could go east. This shape is out of room, so it must do that. These must connect, and it can't go there. This happens, and now it must do that. 13, 8, so 5 hanging. This can't... How can we figure this out? Well, I suppose this can't do this sort of thing, so this must be part of the 1x3. If that's not part of the 1x3, it couldn't go that way. Nor room couldn't go that way. Nor room couldn't go this way because it breaks the Bricky. So it must be part of a 1x3, and the 1x3 can be horizontal, so it must be vertical. So this is forced. So now that happens, and that's not part of this shape. And this shape now either is here or here or nothing. Those are the only options. So it always picks this up. And it needs either this or this. Ah, but look, these are together, so it can't go there. So it must be this. And then this will cause this Bricky to go there. Okay. Very well. Anything else hiding? We are at +4. +5 with the boss puzzle. +5. Have we ever had +5 before? Oh, we had +7 over here. Wow. Okay. Didn't even realize. Feels like it's so easy to miss something hiding here. It's such broken terrain. Quite literally. Whoa. Hello. Looks like some of them bounce multiple times. Well, I think I probably found everything. Unless there's something super hidden. Where, like, you need to click a pixel through this or something. Who knows? I think I'm ready to proceed, though. So let's proceed. 16, says the puzzle, apparently. Oh, and we're in one of my favorite rules. The good old square shapes. 1x1, 2x2, 3x3, and 4x4. So due to Bricky, this can be 1x1, so these are 2x2. And that doesn't help at all with solving the rest of the puzzle, but it exists as its own little micro puzzle. So what's happening in here If that's a 1x1, these are all 1x1s, and that's no good. So it's a 2x2. That can only be a 1x1. And now Bricky. So it's at least a 3x3, which means this must happen, and it cannot grow to be a 4x4. So it's just a 3x3. The only place in the board that can facilitate a 4x4 is over here. This must be a 1x1, and it causes this to happen. This is at least a 3x3, so this must happen, and it cannot be a 4x4. That's a 1x1. That's a 2x2. Can't be larger. Now this couldn't be a 1x1 because it would cause this, which breaks the puzzle. So it's a 2x2, 1x1, 2x2, 1x1, 2x2, and 2 1x1s. Then what? Ah, this can't be a 1x1. And it cannot be a 3x3. So it's a 2x2. And it can't be a 2x2 like this. If it visits that, it must... And it... Yeah, it just can't go there. Because that's bad. And that's bad. So it must not visit this. And therefore it must be this. And this. And this. 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 And again, this is not a 1x1. It could be a 3x3. We don't know much. What about here? That's not a 1x1. And if it is a 2x2, it couldn't be that. It couldn't be this, so it can't go there. So it's here. So it's the same logic as here. But more stuff gets forced, except this could grow to be a 4x4, but we know it's at least a 3x3 like this. Now, if it grows to be a 4x4, then nothing, we don't know. Ah, but what if it doesn't? Well, if it doesn't, then we also don't know. So we just know nothing. We know nothing. Let's look at this. That's not a 1x1, and if it is a... Could be a 3x3, but if it's a 2x2, it couldn't be that. Couldn't be that. Would have to be this. If it's a 2x2. And if it is a 3x3 instead, then it would have to be exactly this. So it must always visit these. So this always happens. Alright. And who cares? Who exactly cares about that? Who exactly cares about that? What about this? It's not a 1x1. If it's a 2x2, it's not this 2x2. But it could be this 2x2. Or that, so we don't know. We once again do not know. Let's see, this is a 3x3. then that happens. And if it's not a 3x3, then this happens. Ah, this can be a 2x2. If it's a 2x2, then over here a 3x3 gets forced. That has no room. So this must be a 3x3, therefore. This is at least a 2x2, and it's now forced to be a 4x4. So this all happens. These cannot join because they cannot form a 4x4. So this happens. This can be a 3x3. And I've broken the puzzle. Yeah. And I don't know how far back I broke it, so time to restart. That's not a 1x1. That's not a 1x1. Cannot be that. Could be this. This is not a 1x1. Cannot be this 2x2. It also can't be this 2x2 because of that corner. So it's not that. No, it's not this. So it can't go east, so it's this. Here, this. Can't be that. Can't be that. So it must be this. Let's see, this doesn't go there or there. So it must be that. This, if it's a 3x3, it's exactly that, and if it is not a 3x3, it's a 2x2 because it can't be a 1x1 or a 4x4. And so if it's a 2x2, it can't go there or there, so it just can't go there at all. Therefore it can't go there, therefore that's a 1x1. This happens. Oh. So it's just 2x2 forced. That's at least a 3x3. Wait, I broke the puzzle again. What? Dude, why is the puzzle broken here? Like, did I make a mistake already? There is a mistake already? How? What? Why? I swear everything is forced. This cannot be that or that, so it can't go there. So it must go here. This can't be this, can't be this. So it can't go west. So it must be that. This has to be at least a 3x3. Is it fine so far? Dude, how is there a mistake, dude? What? How? I am so confused. What am I doing wrong? Because that can't be a 1x1, obviously. It can't be... Oh, it can be part of a 3x3. Oh, man. But that has no bearing on the logic out here. But okay, that's true. It could be a 3x3. What about this then? It can't be that. Oh, it could also be part of a 3x3. Alright, hold on. So this can be a 1x1. If it's a 2x2, then it cannot be that or that. But if it's a 3x3, it could be that. Right? So we know nothing. Because we know that it's either this or it's... Ah, but wait, but this is always a 1x1 over here. So this always happens. And so this always happens. And now if this is a 2x2, that seems fine. By the way, I'm confused though. If this is all local logic, then how is the puzzle unique? Like if both this... No, but see, this is not even possible because it breaks the puzzle. So this can't even be a 3x3. So this can't be part of a 3x3. It cannot be that 2x2. This can't be this or this. So it can't visit there, so it must be this. So this is all forced. And it says the puzzle is broken here. What? It's not broken. Dude, what? Now it's correct. I mean, okay, so then something... I'm doing something wrong here? What am I doing wrong there? Oh, because this can be part of a 3x3. Man... That's very silly of me. Then let's start up here instead. So this can be a part of a 3x3 as well. Alright, how about here? This can't be a part of a 3x3, so let's do that one. Neither can that. So this can be a 1x1. Can't be a 3 or 4x4. 3x3 or 4x4. So it cannot be this or this, so it cannot visit there, so it must be this, this. This, however, can be a 3x3. If it's a 3x3, that happens. If it's not a 3x3, then either that or that, and that cannot happen. So if it's not a 3x3, it goes there. So it always goes here. And this is not a one... Oh yeah, we know this. Then... Well, I guess let's do... Ah, wait, let's look at this. This can't now be a 3x3 because of this. Because look, if it's a 3x3... Ah, in general we know we immediately know it's not a 3x3. So it's not a 1x1. It's not this 2x2. But it could be this. It could be this. So we know nothing. But we know that this and this are different. And because we know this is not a 1x1, we know... Wait. No. Ah, actually, hold on. Blue can't be a 1x1, can it? Because now... this has to be a 1x1. So, whatever blue is... It's 2x2 or 3x3, but it could be a 3x3 with green. It could visit that. It can't do this, however, because it would cut green off. So, oh, it can't be a 2x2 then. Because we know it's not a 2x2 with red. If it tries to do this... What's wrong with that? Nothing. So it can be a 2x2. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I'll just delete all this. This is like some bifurcation logic. Alright, let's look elsewhere. Let's look here. If this is a 3x3, then no one cares. The puzzle is fine. If it's not a 3x3, it couldn't be that 2x2. Couldn't be this 2x2. It would have to be that 2x2. And again, nobody cares. So we know nothing. So that's cool. Let's look here. That could be a 3x3 like this. Or it cannot be that 2x2 or that 2x2, or it can be this 2x2. So this always visits these and never that, so that's always a 1x1. Okay. Then what? Ugh. Maybe there's some other logic I can use. For example, this is 7. So if we say that it doesn't involve a 1x1, then it must consist of 2, 2, 3, right? Nothing else, or 4, 3, but of course 4 cannot fit. So it must include at least a 3 because it's odd. So just 2s obviously don't work. And it cannot include 2 3s if we say it doesn't include a 1, and in general it can't include 2 3s because there's no space. So either it's 2 2 3, which because the 3 only fits here, it would be this. But of course that's not possible because this can't be a 3. Wait, this tile cannot be a 3. Ah, okay, so because it can't be 2 2 3, because 3 cannot be included in this column at all, because this would be the only option and that breaks. So it's not 2 2 3, therefore it must include at least 1 1. And we know it actually only consists of 1s and 2s, because 3 and 4 is not allowed. So in this column we only have 1s and 2s. And this is not a 1, so it must be a 2. And that same logic is true in this column as well, because this... Or no, wait, this could be a 3. Never mind. So we know that's a 2. And it can't be a 2 northwards. Or no, it could. It just can't be... Sorry, it can't be a 2... Wait, what? It can't be this 2, specifically. But it could be... this. Or this. But anyway, so that's a 2 out of 7. So we have 5 more. But we don't know much more than that. What about here? So here there are 4, and again only 1x1s and 2x2s can be involved. And it cannot be two 2x2s because the only way for it to be two 2x2s is this, and that's not allowed. So it must be, and it also can't be 4 1x1s because this would break here. So it must be exactly 1 2x2 and 2 1x1s. There are 3 ways for the 2x2 to exist. This, this, and this. It's not this. So this can't be part of a 2x2, therefore. Ah, wait, we already know that. This tile in general, right now, as is, can't be a 2x2 or larger, so it is a 1x1 forced. So this is forced. And now... And now what? I have no idea. Well, this is either a 3x3 or a 2x2. If it's a 3x3, then this happens. And if it's a 2x2, then this happens. But it seems like either is possible. So we don't know. We know nothing. So what do we know? When we know nothing, what is it that we know? Well, this can't be a 1, right? Because it propagates some bad ones. And it can't be a 3, so this is a 2. And so it's always this. And so it can't actually... No, it could be that way. Can it be this? Yes. So it can be anything. Interesting. So what are the options? So what do we have in this row then? Both of these 2s. So this row is size 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Size 10 cannot include 4s, so it consists of 1s, 2s, and 3s. We already have 2 2s out of the 10, so we're down to 6. And that 6 has to... That 6 can include... at most 1 3. If it includes a 3, then the remaining 3 has to be a 1 and a 2. And if it doesn't include a 3, then those 6... well, this is at least a 2 or a 3. So if it doesn't include a 3, then this is also a 2. So the 6 would go down to 4. And then the remaining 4 can be either 2 2s, or a 2 and 2 1s, or 4 1s. Interesting. Though I don't think 4 1s is possible. Is it? This is a 2 or a 3. This is a 2 or a 3. Yeah, I don't know. What about this? This is 5. But it could include a 4. So it could be 4-1, could be 2-3, could be 2-2-1. But that means it can have at most 1-1, right? No, that's not true. Could be 1-1-2, maybe. Or 1-1-3. Ah. Well, okay, how about here? So here we can't have 2 1s in a row, right? So if we choose this to be a 1, this has to be a 2 immediately. So it's either a 2, either it could be 2 2s, or it can be a 1 and a 2, and a 1, or 2, 1, 2. So it can have 1. It can have at most 3 1s, but again, that's not. No, wait. 1, 2. Then this couldn't be a 1 anymore. Because then this. No, because this could be a 2 that way. Never mind. Oh, I don't know. Kind of out of ideas here. So let's see what's happening here. That's not a 1. It is not that 2. It could be that 2. Or can it? Oh wait, no, it can't be. Wait, this cannot be that 2. Or that 2. So if it's a 2, it has to be that. So it's either this, or it's a 3. Like that. So it's either this 3 or it's this 2. This 2. So it always hits these 2. Oh yeah, but who cares about that? I see nobody who cares about that. Can these join? If they join, then this happens. And this would have to be a 1. So this would be forced if they join. So something is stopping this from working. Something with this corner. Because they couldn't join like that. So they would have to join like this, but this still can't be a 1, so it would have to be a 2. And why is that a problem? It's a problem because this has to be a 2. That's some bifurcation, but it can lead to progress. How can I see that differently? In a non-bifurcation way. Well... Oh, wait. So we know this is not a 1, but it's also not a 3, because this can't be a 3. Or put differently, the only 3 this could be is this, and that breaks. So we know this is also a 2. So now either it's, and it can be a 2, wait, either, if it's a 2 with that, it has to go west. And if it's not a 2 with that, it has to go here. So it's one of those 2 options. And the thing is, it forces this. So if it's this. And if it's this, then they're together. So either they're together or they form this 2x4. What is the problem with the 2x4? Let's delete that. So what's the problem with this shape? There's some issue with this corner that I mean, I can see the issue if I brute force it, but I'm asking what is the issue logically without brute forcing the logic? Well, the issue is that this there are 3 tiles here. Or let's look at the middle row. There are 3 tiles here, and they cannot be all 1x1s because this can't be a 1x1. So when we exist here, because that can be a 1x1, it will have to form a 2x2, but this area only enables us a single 2x2. Everything else will have to be 1x1, and whichever 2x2 we choose between these 2, we will end up with a 1x1 in its corner, and that breaks the puzzle. So that's why this 2x4 is not allowed. I'm gonna use that logic and move on with my life. So this 2x4 is not allowed, therefore these must be together, because that 2x4 is forced when they're not together, so they are together. And because of the corners, they must be together in this direction. So this is all forced. And this happens. Now this can't be a 1x1, so it must be 2x2 or higher. It can only be this 2x2. These can't all be 1x1, so it's another 2x2. And this cannot be a 1x1, so it must join there and become a 3x3. And now we have to somehow figure this area out. Interesting. Well, this is not a 3x3 north. And it's not a 2x2 south or west. If it's a 2x2, it's not a 1x1. So right now it's asking, is it the 2x2? It's not a 4x4, no space. So it's asking, is it the 2x2 or a 3x3? If it's a 3x3, it must join this other green. And if it is 2x2, it's not that or this, so it would have to be that. But that breaks this 2x2, because this now couldn't be a 3x3. So this tile can be a 1x1, cannot be a 2x2, because all options of 2x2s are broken. That's broken due to that corner. That's broken due to that corner, because it's forced to now be a corner, because this can't grow. So it's not a 2x2. It's not a 4x4, it's not a 1x1. So it's a 3x3, but it can only be one 3x3, which is this. So this happens, and now this must grow and join, and we're done. Yeah, that's a really tricky puzzle, and I'm afraid that I might have cheated a little to solve it. Maybe there was logic that I missed, but whatever. This Bricky thing is very difficult for me to work with in C, so skill issue. And I believe we are done with this area with Bricky, and we have 2 beacons beckoning. One of them says Loopy. Wow. Okay, so they're... Okay, I see. That's funny and also scary. And Watchtower. I mean, I really want to do Watchtower because Loopy sounds even loopier than Bricky. So... Oh wait, there's another, which is Difference. Well, I think we have to do Watchtower, right? Because both Difference and Loopy are layer 2 in this new Castle Gates. Beyond the Castle Gates. They're both layer 2. So the only layer 1 remaining is Watchtower. So I think I'm gonna do that next. In the next video. But that is all for now. We are at 746. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.